And it's live.
Thanks, Wendy. Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing meeting for Thursday, March 24th, 2022 to order. I know Senator Duff is here in and out, so not sure if he has any comments.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm good. Thanks. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 items on the agenda today, 1 House joint resolution, 2 Senate resolutions, and 1 Senate joint resolution. The first item on the public hearing agenda is the House joint resolution for review nominating Andrew Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunity. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was later, so but I'm pleased to go now, and thank you very much. I want to thank
Mr. Norton. Mr. Norton,
Yes.
before you begin, can you do me a favor and raise your right hand? Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right. The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, well, thank you, and thank you, Chairman Concepcion. Thank you, Chairman Duff, and I guess Representative Quinn, and I'm not sure if I'm missing. Oh, Representative Godfrey, and thank you very much for giving me your time. You are busy people right now, and I also, of course, want to thank Representative Candelora for nominating me. I'm honored to be nominated, and in fact, I was nominated first by, rest in peace, Representative Ward. So maybe I should thank him too, or in any case, remember him. The CHRO is an important agency. It is not one of the large agencies in the state. It's about, I think, 74 people working there now, and they spend about $7 million to do their work. And there really are about 5 or 6 things they do mostly. They investigate complaints from people who say they've been discriminated against. That can be public accommodation, that can be housing, that can be credit, but it is mostly at work that people have, from work settings, that people have registered complaints. And the numbers go up and down, but it's about 2,000 complaints a year. Could be 2,100, 2,400, 1,900. And we have a team of investigators out of offices in Bridgeport, Norwich, Hartford, Waterbury. But you can bring a complaint, I think they funnel you into those cities depending on your region. And then if a complaint is deemed to be meritorious, it then moves along. You might, after a period of investigation, take it to Superior Court, or you might take it all the way through to a hearing at CHRO. At the end of the day, it isn't always a proceeding that occurs. Sometimes the end of the day is a settlement, and that's good too. That saves time and money. Then they do contract compliance. They review contracts the state enters into to make sure those contractors are doing their bit when it comes to fighting discrimination and affirmative action. They also do affirmative action plans for all state agencies that produce every year or every 2 years, if it's a smaller agency, their affirmative action plan and the hiring they've done over the last year or two. And to see that they're doing their best to meet certain goals of diversity. And then they do education and outreach and advocacy. And they're doing more of that than they ever used to. I did want to, at the end of my written testimony, I did say this, but I'll say it earlier on, that I think Tanya Hughes, the executive director, and Cheryl Sharp, the deputy director, have done a marvelous job of enhancing our profile and really grabbing almost every opportunity that lies before us to get CHRO involved, get our voice into the conversation, get our name into the effort, and to raise the profile of the agency and to raise the profile of the fight against discrimination. So I want to commend those 2 leaders and all the people who work for them. I have a bit more in my writing about the history, and I think I waxed poetic a little bit about the idea that we're all committed to fighting discrimination. But you're politicians, you've heard those speeches before. So I'll just say that I enjoy serving on CHRO, and I would enjoy to continue serving. And if the committee moves my name forward, I would be most grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Norton, and congratulations on your renomination and your willingness to continue to serve on CHRO. I know you mentioned, the past representative that had first put you on CHRO. How long have you been on the committee?
A bit over 20 years.
Okay.
And so I'm now vested with a pension. The baseline is 0. So even at 44%, it's still not a lot. But I have enjoyed serving. It has been a while. There are times when I think, well, let someone else serve. But there's been quite a turnover in my years there. I have served with many, many people. So there is constantly new blood coming in. In fact, right now, there's a vacancy in the chairmanship based on our previous chairman moving into a different position. And in fact, we have another vacancy. I think it was the Senate Democratic nominee who, Nita Vadi, who's been nominated for the Superior Court judgeship. So that's a couple or three of our former commissioners who now sit on the bench. Actually, Chief Justice Robinson was chairman when I joined the board of CHRO before he was in a black robe. So I've enjoyed the service, and I think I still contribute, and in fact contribute a little bit more by virtue of my experience with a lot of the different controversies, sometimes just mechanical agency types of controversies, in-house controversies out of the house, that I think I sometimes lend some good knowledge to our conversations.
That's great. I'm curious how the last couple years have, since you've been on the commission for 2 decades. The last couple years, given everything going on the COVID side, has the kind of change to technology made it easier for you in the commission? Has it made it more difficult to hear some of these cases?
Well, I should be clear that we commissioners don't hear the individual cases. The legal setup, the structural setup of the agency is that we oversee the agency. We also review and approve or not, we usually approve them, all of the state's affirmative action plans, whether it's DOT, DEP, or what have you. But there are trial referees appointed by the governor who actually hear cases. So if someone is saying, I got fired from the grocery store and it's because I'm black or it's because I'm Jewish or what have you, we wouldn't hear that case, except in a very exceptional circumstance where someone has missed a timeline or a deadline and they seek relief from us to get past an error. About some years ago, the legislature allowed for the commission to allow for the reopening of a case if through some error a deadline was missed, an error not to the fault of the complainant. But in general, we more oversee the broad actions of the agency. We don't hear cases. Zoom has, well, say Zoom, or it could be Teams. Remote work has made a lot of things easier. I will say we commissioners, I think, miss monthly seeing each other in person. And sometimes the talking is more difficult. I will say that I think we get some better attendance at our hearings from the outsiders appearing before us, because it's, the click of a switch. You don't have to leave your desk chair to join in meetings. But I actually don't feel competent to comment on whether the hearings, when cases come to full flower, whether those have gone better or not. I suspect in some ways they've been much easier to conduct, but then it may feel a little bit straitened when it's 8 faces on a screen instead of 8 faces in a room. But I couldn't comment knowledgeably on the hearings.
Understood. Well, I appreciate your intimate knowledge of the commission. I look forward to supporting your nomination on the House floor. I know there's a couple hands up. I'll turn over to the Chairman Duff, see if he has any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No real questions. Hey, Andy, how are you?
I'm well, sir.
Good. Nice to see you. I don't think I have any questions. I'm familiar with CHRO. I know you've been on CHRO, as you said, for a long time. and they are doing a lot of good work. I guess maybe one question that would be, as far as what your understanding of cases, are they moving along pretty well, even, with the moving things over to Zoom? And is there a backlog or, any kind of going forward, I guess, any kind of improvements to make sure that people have this venue to be able to utilize in an efficient manner?
In fact, the agency and the administration, I believe, has supported it, but I want to check on that. The agency has put forward a request for a couple of $100,000, and I'm really rounding there, but in that neighborhood, for help in moving along some cases that didn't move so well during the pandemic. So I guess flipping back to Chairman Concepcion's question, and your question made me think of something I should have thought of when he was asking. The pandemic has created some difficulties structurally, mechanically, that have us asking the legislature for a bit of extra money, not scads, to help with some of the pandemic backlogging. So we do at times go through periods of backlog, but the board really did push a few years ago and asked the executive director to really develop a firm tracking of case flow so we could pinpoint and call the leadership to task if we thought cases weren't coming to a conclusion as quickly as they might. We're meant to be easier and cheaper than going to Superior Court. Some people nonetheless choose to go to Superior Court, but even though we are easier and cheaper and quicker than Superior Court, cases don't turn around in a month, and they don't turn around in 5 months necessarily either. But the pandemic has given us some hiccups and headaches, and I don't think they're disastrous by any means, but we have asked the legislature for a little bit more money to help with that. So, and I apologize, I don't know all of the details. I would defer to our executive director and deputy director to answer that more fluently, but it has created some hiccups that need addressing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. I see Representative Godfrey's hand up.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Andrew. How are you?
How are you, Representative?
Very well. I'm one of the few left who actually served with you back in the 20th century. When you think about it, it's been quite some time. You were a very valued and workaholic member of the House of Representatives with a very sharp sense of humor, as I recall, that made us all laugh, which is always a very good thing. And I'm delighted that you've been nominated to another term on CHRO. CHRO is one of the first commissions of its type in the United States when Connecticut created it. And you're absolutely right. It is a cheaper and easier and quicker way of getting relief for discrimination on a long number of reasons than going to Superior Court. And this kind of administrative law is more than helpful. Most of us have at one time or another had to refer a constituent to CHRO. They've always found CHRO to be helpful, to be fair, to be thorough. Like any other state agency, I suppose we could all wish that things sometimes moved quicker, but to be able to help our constituents out. So thank you for your service. I'm delighted that you're going to continue with my support, and I'm hoping the support of my colleagues here on the Executive Noms Committee. I'll be happy sometime to hear a little bit more about the appropriations needs of CHRO. We'll take that offline someplace. Now that the building's open, I think I need to also kind of focus that you have been the legislative liaison for the commission, and we've seen you in various public hearings and doing the advocacy for the commission, for which we're grateful because of your experience with this. So I just wanted to say I'm how happy I am that you're staying on, and that the few of us who are left who remember you, I think, will be very, very pleased that you're up again. It's always good to know that there is life after the General Assembly. So thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that you see me around because in my day job, CHRO is a moonlighting affair for me. In my day job, I'm the legislative liaison for the Department of Aging and Disability. And, but you may see me in the building associated with some CHRO task. And so I probably present a confusing presence. And I'm sorry if I have confused you, but I just wanted to be clear about that. Darcy Jones is the legislative liaison for CHRO and does a great job. And but if you see me and you have a question, feel free to ask.
My bad. Thank you for straightening that out, Andrew.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to first say hi to Andrew, and also, like Representative Godfrey, thank him for his years of service to the state of Connecticut and to the agencies and constituents when he was a state rep, but also the agencies and their constituents that he has been advocating for. I've had the opportunity to deal with Andrew for a number of years in a wide variety of different areas, and I've always found him to be exceptional, a first-rate intellect, and just somebody who cares about the people of Connecticut. And we're very blessed to have those types of public servants that are willing to commit their time, energy, and talents for the people that we all serve. So thank you, Andrew, for stepping forward once again.
Thank you.
I look forward to actually seeing you in person sometime at the Capitol. It's been way too long, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
I was in law school with Senator Kelly, so I can testify that he in fact did earn that degree. He's made something. He's made something of that degree. I have not in any particular way. So I'm not sure why I went, but I know he made good work of it.
There's that quick wit.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Any other questions or comments from committee members?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one other question. I apologize.
No, of course.
Let me defer to Rep. Kennedy first, since she hasn't asked questions.
Representative Kennedy, did you have a question or a comment?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman, for that late hand. I just want to thank Attorney Norton for being here. Had a few things going on here, but I did hear most of his testimony, but I've also read it. I just want to say, Attorney Norton, that I find you to be very refreshing going forward and understanding what's going on currently. Okay, I told him 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. Okay. So Attorney Norton, I think you bring a breath of fresh air, and I like your focus on the future and what's going on. So I thank you for being here, and I look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Senator Duff.
Thank you. And just one quick question. Last year, I believe it was, or I think it was last year, but time seems to be something that we don't have control over. But especially these days, the legislature appropriated money for a racial disparity study. And I wanted to just to see, check on CHRO's work on that, and if you had any information as to how that was proceeding.
I don't have the latest information of where that is. Just to explain to other members, when CHRO or a state agency looks at a state contract, and let's say you're having a lot of plumbing work being done, this could really apply to the MDC, and we oversee them now by statute in this area. You pick certain numbers of how many Black women, white men ought to be among your plumbers. Again, being very simplistic. the law would like those numbers to have a basis in reality. And a disparity study hasn't been done in years and years and years. So we're using old data, which might in a court setting be hard to perfectly defend because of their age. So the legislature was asked by CHRO to provide money, and has been asked in the past to allow us to do a disparity study so you can get right with, let's just say, March 24th, 2022, how many people out there, white, black, Hispanic, male, female, et cetera, are plumbers or are dentists or are auditors. And that costs a lot of money. It's not an easy task. It costs a lot of money. But I don't know that that's gone out to bid or if that's being executed yet. I'm afraid I'll have to get back to you, Senator, about where the disparity study is in its timeline of execution. I just happen not to know, and I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was obviously really important to many members of my caucus. I'm sure it was important to many members of the entire legislature as well. And so I just don't want to speak for others, but yeah, I think that's important because it had, as you said very correctly, that had not been done in a really long time. And so folks were extremely interested in making sure that disparity study was updated and it had been blocked for, I don't know, decades potentially. And I think that last year was really important for us to move forward on that issue and appropriate the money for that. So any information you could provide back to the committee, I think that many of us would be very interested in that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the agency is grateful to you and your colleague legislators for recognizing that need. And we are moving ahead. I just couldn't tell you. Thank you, Senator.
And please tell Darcy Jones, my former legal counsel, hello.
I will do that. I will do that. We got a good thing when she came over here.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Norton, I'll echo a lot of the comments already made by committee members. Thank you so much for your past work, your current work with the committee. Appreciate your willingness to continue to serve in this important committee. As you first, when you started your comments, you mentioned how important CHRO is, and I cannot echo that enough. So thank you. But before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you might believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
Any number of things would be embarrassing to me, but they shouldn't be embarrassing to any of those three entities. Neither the governor nor the legislature should be embarrassed by anything I've done. Maybe me, but I don't think anything relevant to the service I'm pursuing.
Wonderful. That's all we care about. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time with us this morning. And again, as I mentioned before, look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. All right, next up on the agenda for the public hearing, we have a Senate resolution for review, nomination of Craig D. Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Mr. Stearns, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Yes, I do. I swear.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we'll give you a few minutes for any open remarks that you might have.
Hey, good morning, Senator Duff and the members of the nomination committee. I'm Craig Stearns, and I'm honored to be considered to serve on the Milk Promotion Board. Currently, I am the president of Mountain Dairy, my family dairy business and stores. I started to serve as president and CEO 3.5 years ago. The company was in dire straits, and we've been in the milk business for 150 years. My cousin James ran the business up in 2015, excuse me. He also served on the Milk Promotion Board. Unfortunately, he passed away last year, and the company was being run by outside members up until 2018 when I stepped in. So we're in the midst of regenerating, again, 150-year dairy business. Currently, we market approximately 25,000 gallons of milk products and cream products throughout the state of Connecticut per week. The last couple of years of the pandemic have been extremely difficult. We've had to change direction a little bit and get creative, and we restarted home delivery that we had stopped in 2012 just because of the change in the buying habits of consumers. They had stopped it. It was hard to make money. So when we started with the pandemic, we lost all our university business, and we were doing a fair amount of it. So we had to get creative quick because we lost about, not to mention the restaurants and those types of establishments that we were doing, we lost about 30 to 35% of our business and revenue that we had worked the previous year to really work very hard to rebuild. So it was kind of a little bit of a difficult situation, but we've battled through it, and that's where we're at right now. We've doubled our revenue and doubled our cow numbers in the past 3 years, more than doubled actually. We're currently milking 500 cows, all in stores. That's the most that we've ever milked here in 150 years. And the family farm goes back 250 years in my family. Before that was mulberries. Before I took on running the family business 3 years ago, I was a dairy management consultant, doing dairy rations and formulation for a multitude of dairy farms in southern New England and as far south as Florida. I did that for 27 years. So I know both ends of the business. The dairy business and the milk business are two different things. I found that out in the past 3.5 years. The two don't really intermingle that much. The dairy business, which is the cow business, really the producing of the milk, totally different clientele, different people involved. The milk business is a very different business, and so what I could bring to the milk promotion board and with my service would be kind of marrying those two a little bit. They're all one business, but they're very separate at the same time. So I grew up at Mountain Dairy. I always was around the cows and the farm part of it. In the last few years, I've run the business and the dairy part of it, and it's been a steep learning curve, but that's what I feel I can bring to the table to serve the state of Connecticut on the milk promotion board. I'm honored by the consideration to serve. I'm excited to possibly carry on my cousin Jim's service. And other than that, I guess I'm open for questions. And again, I want to just thank everybody on the committee to consider me, and I consider it an honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stearns, and thank you for your willingness to serve on the regulation board. And I don't have any questions. I just I'm looking forward to your representing and supporting your nomination. Your experience on both sides, as you had mentioned, I think are ideal for this type of board. I found it fascinating to learn that they don't really intermingle the milk and dairy products. So I appreciate those comments. So congratulations on your nomination. This is a new nomination, correct?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So again, looking forward to supporting you and anything that you need from us on the legislature side. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us, whether it's you or representing yourself or your farm. I will open it up to any questions from the committee members. I see Representative Quinn's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my remarks are going to be directed at both Mr. Stearns and Mr. Casiello. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I'm probably the only person on this committee who's ever worked at a dairy farm. So I have a great appreciation for what you do and the struggles of that business. I did the VOAG program at Lyman Hall, and the first 2 years spent up at a cousin's dairy farm in upstate New York. So I know what you do and how hard you work, and appreciate both of you for your efforts. And Mr. Stearns, seeing as you're going to be new to this, how do you see your role on the committee or on the board?
Well, I think bringing my years of experience, again, working with many dairy producers, not only in the state of Connecticut, but also in southern New England and parts of New York and again, Florida, and just that experience, along with the experience I've gained running Mountain Dairy and my knowledge of and experience from Mountain Dairy for growing up here and years of being in the milk and dairy business. I think I can bring a very good experience as far as viewpoints on how we should go forward with the milk business and regulate the milk business in the state of Connecticut and promote milk and dairy products, to have a healthy dairy business and vibrant farm business in the state of Connecticut. I think it's important to maintain that as far as open lands and things like that in the state. And I think it's something the state of Connecticut is actually strong in. We have a lot of great dairy farms and a lot of great dairy producers. And I think supporting that is a must, having locally grown, Connecticut grown, not only produce and such things, but also dairy products, I think is very, very important. And people want to know where their food comes from. So I feel like I have a wealth of experience in this. I've gone to the legislative offices before and testified for dairy farms for the dairy support programs we have in the state. And I know every dairy farm in the state, and I've worked with most of them. So I think I have a lot of experience bringing to the table.
Great, thank you very much. And again, thank you for what you do, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies, I'm using my cell phone today. I want to thank you for being here today and congratulate you on your nomination. I also want to extend my sincerest condolences to you and your family. As you pointed out with the questioning from Representative Quinn, the dairy farming business is so vital to us in the state of Connecticut. What is happening now that school is back full-time at UConn, and are you guys seeing an uptick in your work, or where are you standing now with your farm at this point?
We are as a supplier for dairy products to the University of Connecticut, or all the dining halls, and so when we lost that with the pandemic, that it hurt quite a bit. But I think coming out of the pandemic was maybe even worse because we weren't prepared. We kind of filled in what we had lost with the pandemic with home delivery, and we picked up some other business and things like that. And so we produce all our own milk, all our own cows. So we can't just go buy more. We aren't a pool plant, so we can't just go buy more milk. So when other universities came back on board, we got slammed with a lot of business, and we were put a lot of pressure back on us. And as a leader, I guess I didn't anticipate how much business was going to all come back. So it was a double-edged sword a little bit for us, honestly. But we've gotten our oars back in the water now, and we're doing quite well. So I hope we don't go through another pandemic. Because it was painful going in, it was painful coming out. So, yeah, we're happy to have that business back, and we're still doing the home delivery, and people like that still. People are still worried about going out, and we may pull it back a little bit to more of our local communities, but
I appreciate that. Growing up, we had all our milk delivered to our house, our milk and our eggs and all the products. So, so thank you for that. And although you're not my district, I certainly would love to come up and visit your farm. That would, I don't think anyone realizes the work that you put into it. So I would love to come up for a visit sometime. Thank you. And congratulations on your nomination. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Stearns, again, congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to working with you throughout your tenure there. But before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you might believe prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, it hasn't.
Wonderful. Thanks again. Appreciate your time with us today, and congratulations again.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
All right. Next up is another Senate resolution for review of the nomination of Christian Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board. Good morning, Mr. Casiello.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Before you begin, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Obviously, we'll give you a few minutes for any opening remarks.
Sure. Thank everybody for their time and the commission to hear my nomination. I think the Milk Regulation Board is capable of doing some good work. I have to say right off, I thought that the CHRO conversation was absolutely fascinating. I think they're doing good work. It's good to hear the inner workings of that. That's neat. I have to say I've known Craig Stearns for probably close to 20 years now. When he was a nutritionist working on dairy farms, when I was milking cows, and then in his current role at Mountain Dairy, we work together on a weekly basis, sharing information and products when we need to. So I think he's a great choice for the board as well. My brief history, 22 years ago, I started milking cows down in Reading at a small farm. We developed a small dairy down there where we produced pasteurized milk and yogurt, and I started making cheeses at that point. And then and I believe that operation is still there, and it's one of the last dairy operations in Fairfield County, in Reading, Connecticut. So after that, in 2009, I was tasked with, I was brought on by two gentlemen to start Arethusa Farm Dairy in Litchfield. At that point, they had a large number of cows that they were milking and wanted to start dairy processing. So we built a plant in Bantam, Connecticut, and that was 11 years ago. My processing experience has been about 22 total years. And currently I oversee Arethusa Farm Dairy. I've overseen it from its conception all the way through to its current state. We are probably arguably the most diverse dairy in the state. So we make fluid milk, yogurt, sour cream, eggnog, ice cream, and 9 different artisanal cheeses. The plant itself is employing 30 people. We do the majority of our own distribution. We do use distributors quite a bit as well, but I think it's been a good thing for dairy in Connecticut. We've outgrown our own farm and are now bringing in milk from the co-op, Agrimark. So we have 5 satellite farms that we pull milk from. So not only am I familiar with the processing side, I've worked with the regulators since the Department of Ag since 1998 in creating these dairies and wading through the regulatory hurdles that you have to go through, both through the Department of Ag and federally. I've seen both sides, but I've worked with the haulers as well. There's a ton of regulations on them that are separate. I've worked with the farmers and still do. Every now and then they even let me take the milk truck out and pick up milk, which which is a treat to get to the farm. So I think I have a unique perspective. I've seen both sides of it. I've milked cows, I've hauled milk. I've created 2 dairies in the state. I've worked with the inspectors for with the regulations. We're not only we don't only not have the FDA that regulates us. It's the Department of Ag, and then the FDA federally and as locally as the consumer health. So we're inspected quite often, not only internally through third-party audits, also regulatory through a ton of different agencies. So I think I can bring that all to the table and work well in the Milk Regulation Board.
Wonderful, and appreciate your remarks. Congratulations on your nomination. This is a first-time nomination, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. Curious, before I open it up to our committee members, how did the pandemic affect your farm, and where are you now compared to where you were prior
so
to?
There's no remote work in manufacturing, right? So the plant's fairly small. So I mean, people are shoulder to shoulder, making ice cream and yogurt. So it was difficult. The Great Resignation, has tightened the labor market up. We're in the northwest corner of Connecticut, and the labor pool is fairly small. So it's been difficult to find help. I really have to congratulate my staff. They worked hard through it. They were essential workers. We fought our way through it and masked up and in the heat of the summer. And so it's been a struggle, but, we're getting through it. Currently, the inflationary pressures on all our inputs have gone way up. That's been quite a struggle. Milk prices are way up, which is our main input. Fuel costs obviously affect everything. Plastic resins, so it's a struggle for us to keep prices, in line with our inputs. So it's a constant battle.
Got it. Understood. And then just, you mentioned ice cream, and I would put Connecticut ice cream up against any other ice cream in the country. One thing that I find curious, and I don't think we have one, we have a trail for everything. We have a wine trail, we have a brewery trail. Do you know if we have an ice cream trail?
I don't believe we do. I do believe there is a farm map for the state of Connecticut that does list the dairy stores on it. And I believe we're on that. So. Okay.
Well, if there's one thing I'd like you to bring to the Milk Regulation Board is let them know that Representative Concepcion is asking for the committee to at least think about creating some type of trail for ice cream enthusiasts like myself.
Awesome.
Appreciate again, thank you so much. I'll open it up to committee members. Any committee members have any questions or comments? Representative Kennedy.
I second that, to have an ice cream trail. That would be awesome, because we do have some remarkable farms that are producing milk and other products, and that would be wonderful. You answered actually most of the questions through Chairman Concepcion, so I thank you for that, and I congratulate you on your appointment, and thank you for all that you do for the milk industry. It's pretty remarkable, and yes, I'll come and visit your farm too, because I love the Litchfield area. So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Casiello, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you might believe prove embarrassing to this committee, to this governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Well, appreciate your time with us this morning. Congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to supporting you on the House floor.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you. All right. Last item on the agenda for the public hearing is a Senate joint resolution for review. We have the nomination of Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Good morning, Mr. Burns.
Morning, how are you?
Wonderful. Before you begin, if you could raise your right hand. Do you promise to swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Well, I've commuted to New York City for over 38 years. That's 660 hours a year, or over 25,000 hours. My commuting experience, as well as my professional experience, represent the voice of the customer. Public transportation has been the cornerstone of Connecticut's growth and development, and the pandemic, along with the rising fuel costs, and present challenges and opportunities. I'd be honored to serve on the committee.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Burns. And this is a new appointment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about your professional experience? I know obviously the travel, but I found your profile looked fascinating. Can you talk a little bit about your professional experience and how that might tie into the Commuter Rail Council?
So, coming out of college out of Quinnipiac, I commuted to Quinnipiac for 4 years, drove up through the Parkway. After that, I worked on the family's construction company for 5 years, putting underground utilities in, gravity sewers, building roads. Drove trucks, run heavy equipment. I still have my CDL, my commercial truck driver's license. And how should I put it? I wanted to change careers at 28. And I started as a clerk down the Five World Trade Center which is now Credit Suisse. And over a 20-year period, I ran the operation, ran fixed income operations for 21 years for the investment bank. And then after that, I moved over to hedge funds. I ran 2 operations for 2 hedge funds. Down at Credit Suisse, I used to go Five World Trade Center. After 9/11, we moved our operation up to 23rd Street. Then I left the bank after 21 years, went to a hedge fund that was 1 block north of Grand Central, which was a great commute. Didn't have to go downtown on the Lexington Avenue. And then spent 5 years there. After 2008, that hedge fund blew up. Went to a global macro fund, which was 2 blocks south of Grand Central. Spent 11 and a half years there. And now I'm looking for work again. But yeah, I spent a lot of time on the Haven line, going into the city. I tell people, look, if you can't find work in Connecticut, there's a train that goes into the city. There's a lot of opportunity there. So I've seen the good and the bad on the Haven line. There's 110,000 people that commute on that line every single day, from every eco-social background. I mean, you've got plumbers, electricians, carpenters going in at 4:30 in the morning, 5:20 in the morning. The train I take, going to work in Manhattan. To people that just make stupid money, $100 million a year, sitting next to somebody who's making $25,000 a year just trying to commute from Bridgeport to Stamford. So I've seen great service from the Haven line. I've seen poor service from the Haven line. I've seen great conductors. I've seen bad conductors. Communication to the customer, to the commuter, is key. Give an example. During 9/11, the Haven line shut down for 2 days. I had to sleep on the floor in our office at 23rd Street for 2 days until the train lines went home. So keeping the commuter informed of what the services are available, is key. Same thing on the train. And I've seen various communications on the train, good and bad. I've seen 2 new stations being added to the Haven line in 100 years, West Haven and Black Rock. The thing that's sad is, number of towns have multiple stations, but Bridgeport only has 1. Providing, creating that second station on the east end of Bridgeport, I think is key to provide those people to go to other opportunities for employment down county. So you see great things on a train, and you see some real sad things on a train.
I think you're going to do really well on this council. I have a good feeling about this. I think sometimes we take for granted the consumer commuter experience in some of these boards. and council. So I'm glad that you're nominated. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and I will open it up to my colleagues. Anybody from the committee have any questions or comments? Senator Kelly, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much, Greg, for your willingness to serve and to share your experiences. I know that we've had a number of opportunities to talk about your experiences of commuting back and forth to New York, both the virtues and the vices, the vicissitudes of riding the rail. But I think that you were spot on. You understand what it's like to ride the train, the benefits, and how this could be good for our state, and then also the commuter's perspective and how to improve upon that. And I think that's essential, because if we want public transportation to work, we need it to work for the people. And when it does, it's going to increase ridership. So it's going to work together. And I think you're uniquely qualified to be a part of this. And I'm very happy. And I think our state is blessed to have individuals like you who are willing to step forward and bring their time, effort, and talents to the table. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. First, my colleagues were probably getting tired of me saying this, but my father was a railroad brakeman and his father was a railroad engineer. My grandfather actually ran steam between Western Connecticut and Litchfield County on tracks that haven't existed in decades. So I've kind of got railroading as part of my DNA, and it's something I'm very passionate about. And I'm from Danbury. You've talked rightfully about your experiences on the New Haven line, the main line between New Haven and New York City. But I'd like to, if you could expand a little bit. I'm also concerned about the Danbury-Norwalk branch, the New Canaan branch, the Waterbury branch, Shoreline East, and certainly the extension of commuter rail by the state between New Haven and Hartford, hopefully to Springfield and eventually to Boston on an inland route. And I'm wondering what you think about the branch lines, and certainly as part of that, everybody who gets on the train in Danbury isn't necessarily going to New York City. They're not going to Grand Central. They're also commuting within the state. I have people who go to Norwalk, to Merit 7, to Stamford to work. So I'd love to hear your opinions and your thoughts on those topics.
Well, the spur lines are kind of sad because they don't have the frequency of the trains. I've told both my sons, one's 31, one's 29, live near rail lines. So one lives up at Hyde Park, New York, so he's near the Poughkeepsie line, and my other son lives in Hoboken. He just moved to Asbury Park, and he sent me a picture of a high-speed ferry from Atlantic Highlands going to southern Manhattan. So reasonable, affordable commuting is key. And I tell people, I say, when they complain about the New Haven line, I say, you do realize it's federally subsidized. Do you realize that if you drive into New York, that would cost 3 times as much, and you're paying $500 a month? The thing that's sad about the spur lines is that the frequency of the train is so lax, and there's only one rail line. There should be one rail as opposed to multiple rails. So, I mean, I don't know if you're ever going to get the property, but I'd advocate multiple rails so you get more frequency in trains as opposed to one train going up for 2 hours and one coming back. And that's what's sad. That's what's sad about it. I was reading an article how they want to extend, up to New Milford. I'll tell you, the traffic on 95 is absolutely horrendous. from Bridgeport on down, absolutely horrendous. You could add 3 more lanes on each side, like what's happening in Palm Beach County, and down to Miami. But we got to get the people off out of the cars. And so until I see the article, with $10 billion coming in from the feds to increase the speed in the Haven line by 10 minutes, I really don't care about 10 minutes. I just want to get to point A to point B safely. And I missed a train that collided in between Bridgeport and Fairfield. Wow. I was going to be on that train and I missed it. And so, because high speed trains, I don't care about high speed trains. I just want to get it from point A to point B safely, full stop. And I think we should be expanding our rail services to the state of Connecticut. And I just find it's hampered year over year over year, and it doesn't move forward. That if you have trains every 20 minutes, like on the Haven line, people will use it. Well, of course, they got to be able to park their cars, which is another headache. But I feel sorry for the people in the East End of Bridgeport. They either got to go to Stratford or they got to go to downtown to go to work. And I see people. So let me tell you about my day. I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm on a 5:20 train. I'm in Grand Central by 7 o'clock. I'm behind my desk by 7:10. And I've done this for 30 years. And I see every trade, every socioeconomic person on that train. And people, to your point, are going from Bridgeport to New Haven, Stamford, or Norwalk to Stamford, or wherever they need to go to get to their job. And we don't make it easy. And that's what we need to do. We need to make it easy, because if you make it easy, people use it. They absolutely use it. So that's a long-winded answer.
Not at all. I'm very glad to hear that. Certainly, I'm quite aware on the Danbury Norwalk line, the installation of a passing siding in Wilton, which means you can run more than one train up and down the line at the same time, so long as they have a meet. Increase the availability and the scheduling of commuter rail between Danbury and the rest of the world, actually. And I can see the need for that. I'm also an advocate for re-electrifying the Danbury Norwalk line. When Mr. McGinnis decided to make a couple of quick bucks on the copper spot market back in the 1950s and 60s and kind of killed electric. And wound up losing money and running the New Haven into bankruptcy. That really hurt. There's, I more often than not, I'm taking the train from Danbury to Stamford to connect with Amtrak. There's a 15-minute wait because you have to change trains in Norwalk. If we could run electric, there's a 15-minute savings right there. And I hope as an advocate, you're also, one of the things that frustrates me often is that Metro North's schedule doesn't always jive with Amtrak's. When I leave Danbury at 10:30, I can be in Stamford by 11-ish. But if I'm a few minutes late, I miss the train to New York and to Baltimore and to Philadelphia and to Washington. So I'm hoping that you can help do some advocacy on that point too. And my dad ran freight, but from Danbury to Pittsfield every day in his career. And the extension of commuter rail between Danbury and New Milford, Representative Buckby and I have had many conversations about that, is also something I hope you'll consider. So I appreciate your comments and looking forward to supporting you. And thank you very much for your testimony here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for recognizing me after my esteemed colleague, Representative Godfrey, because I knew the blood that runs through his heart of the rail service. He would ask the questions that we all yearn to hear. Mr. Burns, thank you for being here. Congratulations on your appointment. I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm, and you stated it correctly. We've got to get more ridership and more people engaged in taking the trains and getting there safely from point A. That was a very interesting comment, getting there from point A to point B. For yesterday, there were 3 motor vehicle accidents. And, some days I wish the train schedule would meet my schedule so I could take the train to Hartford and then take it back. But sometimes we never know when we'll be leaving the building, but long rambled. But anyways, I just wanted to thank you. I think you're going to be an asset to this committee, and I look forward to your nomination on the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Burns, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to this governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Thank you for your willingness to serve on this important committee and sharing your thoughts with us today. So thanks again.
Great. Thank you.
All right. That was the last item on the public hearing agenda. So I will convene the public hearing portion of the Executive Nominations Committee meeting and wait till our esteemed Wendy to let us know when we're ready to go.
Anytime you're ready, sir.
All right. So I'll officially call or convene the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, March 24th, 2022. I see Senator Duff might not be with us right now, so I will skip him. We have 4 items on the agenda. First item is a House Joint Resolution for review, the nomination of Andrew M. Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. Is there a motion?
I move it, JF.
I think
Kennedy, second.
Congress, I really want to say it really opens up.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey, seconded by Representative Kennedy. Is there a discussion?
Global markets, which is really fantastic. So think about a small.
None. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formiga. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Moore. Representative Pearl. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Thomas Harlan.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm only seeing Senator Kelly here right now, so
For senators?
yeah, for senators. So we're gonna skip over this. Oh, Senator Duff is here. All right, save the day. All right, so we have next item on the agenda is 2 Senate resolutions for review. First item is the nomination of Craig D. Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board. Is there a motion?
So move.
And second.
Second.
Motion made by Chairman Duff, seconded by Senator Kelly. Any
The
discussion?
next one, Kevin.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
would you please do that one more time?
Senator Duff votes yes.
Senator Looney, Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Bonfera, Senator Formica, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is another Senate resolution for review. This is the nomination of Chris S. Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Kelly, seconded by Chairman Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
you're too quick there every time.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Looney, Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Bonfera, Senator Formica, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the last item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review, the nomination of Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Motion made by Senator Kelly, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Is there discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Bonfera, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo, Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yakarina votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will leave the votes open till 3 p.m. Today. Our next scheduled meeting is for Tuesday, which is, what's Tuesday's date? Tuesday, the 29th.
29.
And Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So we will reconvene at 10 a.m., but we will recess this meeting till 3 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Madam Clerk, I think I have to vote on a couple.
I think maybe just the first one.
Oh, that's it?
House Joint Resolution for Andrew Norton to be
Okay.
a member of CHRO.
Yep, Senator Duff votes yes.
And let me just double check. I don't want you to miss anything.
Yeah.
The 2 Senate resolutions you voted on and the last one, so you're all set.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Wendy, Dave.
Marilyn, I'm calling you in a second.
Wendy?
Hi, David.
Yes, sir.
My computer froze.
Let me just make sure.
I'm Mr. Burns.
I did get it. Thank you so much for checking.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Senator Moore, Wendy. Senator Moore, yes. I have for you Andrew Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
Yes.
Senate Resolution Craig D. Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Yes.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Yes.
And finally, Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
All set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Wendy. I'm here now.
Hi there, hold on just a sec.
Sure.
Okay. We have Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Craig Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
And Andrew Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunity.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
That's all.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, a great weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe
Take
start a
care.
day early.
That would be super nice, but I have to co-host GAE all day tomorrow.
Okay, well, have a great day for tomorrow. Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Senator. You have your mute on.
I'm sorry. Hi, Wendy. Apologies.
Hi. See, I have marked you here. We have Andrew Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
Hartley in the affirmative.
Craig Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
And Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
You're all set.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Hi, Senator.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Well, thanks. I have for you Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Craig Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Heather Summers votes yes.
And Andrew Norton of Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Hey, Marty, you need to unmute yourself and then I can take your votes.
I'll show you that. Yeah, it was in the phone.
Okay. All set?
Yeah. I have for you Craig Stearns of Simsbury to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Okay. Senator Looney votes yes.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member of the Milk Regulation Board.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Senator Looney votes yes. Now, is that or is that a House or a Senate
That's
joint?
a Senate joint.
Senate
Yeah.
joint?
If you didn't get the corrected agenda, here's what you can see it.
Okay.
These were just mixed up as far as where they were placed. So if you want a new one, I can email it to you, but
That's okay.
I had them mixed up. And Andrew Norton of Colchester, he's a reappointment to be a member of the Human Rights and Opportunities.
Yes.
PHRO.
Looney votes yes.
Okay.
Now, is Norton a joint? Is he a joint also, or is he a House joint?
That's a House joint.
He's a former House member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all for today. There were supposed to be more, and we've had some trouble with scheduling, so that one got cut down a little bit.
Okay. So when is our next one?
It's on the 29th at 10 o'clock.
Okay, good. So we have Tuesday. Do we have both days next week? Do we have the 31st also?
1 sec. Yes, I believe so. There's a lot of judicial review now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because there's
Okay.
quite a few. So there's judicial review, there's regents, some workers' comp, but there's a lot of judicial review.
Okay. That'll
Okay.
keep us busy. Good. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wendy.
Okay. Thanks, Marty. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Under 50, I believe, yes.
Oh, okay, good. All right. That solves it.
So all you have to do is press leave meeting.
Yep. That was.
Oh, all right.
Wendy, how are you?
I'm glad it worked. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. I have Gregory Burns of Stratford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
Chris Casiello of Litchfield to be a member, sorry, that's Senate. There's two Senate. Okay, and then Andrew Norton to be Colchester to be a member of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the Zoom
Wendy, I
issue, but
appreciate it.
anytime that I can help. So I'll see you next time.